This program features live coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon and welcome to Djuma Private Game Reserve. We are currently looking at the wildebeest bull. It is a cloudy afternoon in Djuma today, but it's always nice to be out, even it's a bit cloudy. We will be reporting live today from Djuma, Pride Lands and Tswalu. So we are hoping for a great day. Welcome on board your very African bush. Yeah, so we are still with this wildebeest, looking around, resting during the day. It is quite cool, so the animal might be on the move. My name is Cedric, I have the RV on camera with me today.
Hello.
And our plan for today is to bumble around, see what we can find, and maybe later go see the Talamatis. So don't forget to send your question. We would love to hear from you on #WildEarth, @FC on YouTube. And also, if you're underage, you can send us an email at kids, excuse me. Kids question at WildEarth.tv. It is a tough start for me this afternoon. I apologize for that. You can also register on our website, go on the live page and send us your questions. Oh. As you can see, we are having a few drops of rain starting just now. So this wildebeest was doing a nice sound for us to start. So I think we will start driving. I apologize again for my introduction. And we will see what we can find. Hopefully the rain will stop and we'll have a nice drive. It doesn't seem that it's going to be a lot of rain though. Cross fingers. Yeah, so as you can see, it's a little bit cloudy here. Let's see what is the weather at the other locations. Yeah, so I think we'll make our way now down towards Twin Dam and Treehouse Dam, but we might first of all check Gary Dam quickly to see if there's anything on that side. Yeah. So I'm just going to turn around quickly. Something fell off the car, unfortunately. We might have to start cover as well because the rain is getting a little bit stronger. Sorry about that. Oh, it caught I just saw a bird catch another bird there. I'm going to try to get closer. As you can see there. Oh, he went into the tree. I will try to look anyway. It looked like a bird of prey caught like a fork-tailed drongo or something. We'll try to see if we can find it again. Sorry for the bumpy start. Yeah, so we will try to find out again and send you to John in the meantime to say good afternoon.
So good afternoon and welcome to another afternoon safari live with us here on Tswalu Kalahari. So good afternoon. We are here live on Tswalu Kalahari, and thank you for joining us. I'm going to be guiding you through this beautiful wilderness this afternoon, and behind the cameras we have Gerrit, and hopefully we have a great afternoon out there. So as you can see, we have a couple of beautiful red hartebeest. We've parked up very close to one of the more popular waterholes in this area, and a beautiful group of red hartebeest. They're still taking it easy. Most of the animals will be resting. It has warmed up a little bit, so by nature the animals in this region would be taking a break during the warmer hours. But always nice to see the hartebeest, and really very special to this environment. You'll see as we start moving across this terrain, there's quite a few other characters out here this afternoon. Got a beautiful herd of oryx, some blue wildebeest, and as you can see, everyone's just taking it pretty easy for the afternoon as of yet. As it cools down, everyone will get up again. Everyone will start doing their last bit of afternoon feeding, maybe a quick drink at the water, and then start finding a safe place to spend the night. You can also see the beautiful helmeted guinea fowl. Very much like wild chickens, they are just digging around in the sand, hoping to find anything that they can. Cal, you are correct. A lot of the antelope you see at Tswalu are very unique to this very dry environment. So certainly something you're not going to be seeing throughout southern Africa. In particular things like the oryx, the hartebeest, the springbuck. Really, really very special to this environment. Another thing that's nice to notice at the moment is everyone's still in very good condition. It's already we're well into winter, but everyone's still coping quite well. Lots and lots of food and water. For the afternoon, from here, what we are planning to do is to see if we can pick up on any lions that are out and about for the afternoon. And there's a pride in particular that we haven't really been seeing much of for the last few days. Perhaps they've been on a kill, perhaps they've just been hiding out in the mountains. But that'll be the aim for the afternoon. Try and push on a bit further into this area and see if we can pick up any of the big cats. So those little birds, very noisy little characters. Very common out here. It's called a white-browed sparrow weaver. And they're enjoying the afternoon sun. Lots of conversation going on there. I can't hear a word this lady is saying.
Good afternoon and welcome to WildEarth. We're live on Bushwalk, and at the moment we're staring at a giraffe who has also just become aware of us. So quite often when they do become aware of us, they stop and then they stare and they'll look at us. And it's also quite interesting that at least when we know that they are staring at us, that there's no immediate threats or other dangers, such as lion on the ground, which I'll tell you a little bit of a story about with something that a colleague of mine did many years ago. So my name is JP Leroux, and behind the camera we've got Paul. So let's see what our giraffe is getting up to. When we started watching him, he was actually busy feeding on tambotis, which we already mentioned in a number of programs, they're quite toxic plants. We're just going to reposition and see if we can get a little bit of a better picture of them. But in the meanwhile, I'll tell you a story what these guys got up to. So, some 20 years ago, a colleague of mine decided that he and his friend is going to pretend to be giraffes. So one of them put their hands onto the other one's shoulder, they put a cap on top of a rifle, and they pretended to walk to the giraffe. After a while, they've noticed that the giraffe wasn't looking at them. And then at some 20 meters in front of them, they discovered that there's actually a lioness that's busy staring at them. I think it is the last time that they played a prank like that. And they were very lucky to move off without actually getting into trouble with the lioness, except for a little growl that she gave them to tell them to move off. Coming back to our giraffe, there's actually two of them, the one we won't be able to see. These are males, or bulls, if you would like to call them such. You can see that they're incredibly thick-necked, incredibly dark in color. And then if we look at those little horn-like structures on top of the head, which they refer to as ossicones, that they're bald on top. We also generally find that males are much bigger, and these guys can get up to 1,500 kilograms in weight. Just going to reposition and get a view of him again. Here we go. I'm standing at the moment with the wind blowing into my face, and they're also moving into the direction of the wind. There's two reasons basically why they do that. And that's that they can detect potential predators that's in the ground by means of smell, so that they don't walk into a predator if they should have fed into an opposite direction. But they also do know that plants can warn one another when they are being fed, and that these plants will also then release chemicals. So that just slows down the process, so that they can utilize the food resource within that area more effectively before all the plants become aware of them feeding on them and increasing their chemicals, which makes them unpalatable.
Yes, welcome back with us. We're currently at Gary Dam. We took cover underneath a beautiful jackalberry tree. It's raining and the sun is shining at the same time. So yeah, I think we're going to sit here, look at those hippos until the rain stops. Doesn't seem that the rain will be staying for a while, hopefully. Apart from some hippos, I don't see much at the dam. But as soon as we can move, when the rain stops a little bit, we will start moving and look for other animals. As soon as we started the show, it started raining. That was a bit unfortunate, but rain is always good for the bush. It does look like a bit like a summer. Dark clouds around us, but obviously I don't think we will have big rains like we normally do in summer. Yeah, we're really hoping to see a leopard this afternoon. That would be great. I've been struggling a little bit with leopards lately, so hopefully we can get a good look at a leopard. So as you know, hippos will spend most of the day in the water and will go out at night to graze. At the moment they feel very comfortable in the water. So we are with our hippos, and it's still raining a little bit. The sun is out though, so it is quite weird, but that happened, as you know. It is very quiet at Gary Dam. I'm just waiting the rain to pass, and then we will start moving. There is a little brown-hooded kingfisher. It is a bit far from now. I don't know if we will be able to zoom in, so I will try maybe a bit later to move close. On the tree. Yeah, just on the right corner of the dam. I think it is a bit far. Over here? Yeah, if you go straight in that bush just left of the road. Yeah. This one here? Yes, exactly. Yeah, you can see it in the middle of your screen now. There we go. Yeah, hopefully the rain will stop now and we'll be able to start moving. Obviously with the material on the car we don't want to damage them with the rain. And we don't have any roof on the car. But the sun is shining as well. Chuck, you would like to know how many babies hippos have at a time? Mostly one, only one calf. Yeah, so I didn't hear about twins. Might have happened in the past, but generally they have only one. Yeah, so the babies will circle underwater. They can circle underwater, but of course when they go out of the water at night to go graze, they will also circle outside the water because they spend a long time outside the water at night. So obviously the baby will have to get some milk. Okay, so the rain is a little bit less strong now, so let's start moving, not waste too much time at the dam here. Okay, so we'll drive, maybe go south and see what we can find in that direction.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa-endorsed training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
So you can see out there a beautiful, beautiful female kudu. I assume she's on her way to drink. It doesn't look like she's had a drink. And obviously waterholes are always a place where animals are a bit more nervous. The opportunity to be ambushed by a predator is obviously quite good when you're coming to water, and when you put your head down to drink, it makes you a little bit more vulnerable. You're not perusing the vicinity like you should be. So I would imagine, just looking at her and her body language, that she hasn't yet been to drink, and perhaps is waiting for us to move off. Not that they won't drink when we're around, but she'll be scanning for any kind of danger. The fact that she is here, the fact that I mentioned earlier, they'd normally be letting us know if they thought that, something like a lion was around. With a wind like this blowing, they might be picking up a scent, they might be seeing something, and they'd certainly be telling us. They'd be giving lots and lots of warning barks, assuming that she would be able to smell them or see them. This wind is fantastic for predators because they get to use the wind in their favor to sneak up on things. So who knows, perhaps an ambush is on its way today. Gavin, antelope, for the most part anyway, most antelope would need to drink. So it's not that they'd necessarily stay close to water, but they'll use well-worn paths to come to and from water. It's difficult to say they live close because it's really based on the availability of food and water. So especially now going into winter, where water is going to become less and less, animals will still need to have a good meal. And will obviously need to drink, so they'll be covering more distance, not necessarily staying close to the water, because if there's no food resources, then they can't hang around there. In the wet season, when there's a lot more water and there's a lot more food available, absolutely they can stay closer to water, but it wouldn't necessarily be a body like this. There'll be little pools everywhere in this vegetation. But very few animals would naturally stay right at the water. Obviously, things like lions would love that. They would just hang around here as well and wait for everybody to be around. But yeah, it looks like that kudu is not going to come down with us sitting here, so I'm going to start up and keep going. And they may have travelled a distance to be here, and we don't want to hold them away for too long, so we'll keep going. We will now check, and there's another waterhole not too far from here. So we're going to keep going there, and we'll catch up with you fairly soon.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We just found a large mass of feathers on the ground over here, and we started looking at what happened over here. Then I also discovered there's a bull and the remainder of a red-billed hornbill's bill that is sticking out over here, out of the ground that I found. So we also had to look a little bit closer to see what could potentially have killed it, as we were wondering if it's a mammal or a bird of prey that could have potentially killed it. And we started looking at the basis of the feather. These feathers are still intact, and they're not being bitten or broken off at the edges, which would normally indicate that that would have been a mammal predator. Some of the feathers also has little rips along the whole base of the vein, and therefore we suspect that it was a bird of prey. And a bird of prey that I suspect that has done this is most likely African hawk eagle, which we quite often find in this area. These birds quite often will hunt ground birds and a number of other different bird species. And quite often we see that they specialize in francolins. They'll also use a strategy where they will distract one of the birds by one of the pair flying around while the second pair will come in. They also quite often use the sun in their favor, so the sun is directly behind them when they lodge an attack, so that the birds don't see them when they are coming. I've also on occasion found that tawny eagles like to follow African hawk eagle, and they know that there's a potential chance that they can steal a meal from them because the African hawk eagle is so much smaller than that the tawny is, and is also less aggressive than the tawny eagle. Good afternoon, Kevin. To answer your question, yes, I do keep a bird list. I keep a number of different lists, one for Southern Africa, and then I keep one for every province, as well as one for Kruger National Park. It just makes birding fun, and it also encourages you to go and travel a little bit and to see some other areas where you can find birds. And specifically because other habitats has got very specific bird species quite often that you are looking for. And the more birds you find, the more difficult it is to find the last remainders of them to get to some of the higher totals. A lot of people are very obsessive about listing. Some people will list and they will travel to great extents to go and look at new birds. I know a few birders that have actually got into their cars, driven up from Cape Town, all the way up to Mpumalanga to go and look at a bird that was recently found, which is known as a lesser white-throat. Some people also flew from Cape Town specifically to come and see this bird. We're going to go and continue and see what else we can go and find. Let's go and see what John has on offer.
So we've checked 2 of the water holes in this vicinity. We are now on our way to a third one. And like I said earlier, as of yet, we're not actually finding any signs of any lions out here. So the assumption would be they're still a bit further to our south. And hopefully we start getting something there soon. This particular pride we're looking for, it's about 13 strong. Some very nice big healthy females. Very healthy youngsters in the group, at least a few different families of cubs out there. So hopefully they're going to be around here somewhere. As you can see, it's an absolutely spectacular day and just the most beautiful scenery that we're going through. Yeah, that's a good question as to what signs we'd be looking for. For the most part with lions, we are looking for their own footprints, for their tracks. And often when they do walk, they utilize roads like they'd use any other game path. So we're obviously hoping to find a footprint somewhere, or a handful of footprints, so we can start getting direction and following. Often when you have found those footprints, you can and should start looking at other signs. So for example, as they're moving, if they're hunting, you'll see activity of other animals, perhaps something running, perhaps. But yeah, it's mainly footprints. You obviously can look for dung and things like that, but wherever there's dung, there's going to be footprints. So that's what I'm looking for at the moment. Hopefully getting a nice footprint of 1 or 2 of the cats. And then something worth following. I suppose I should add to that, if, having spoken about the kudu and now speaking about predators, other animals will shout if they see. So to the side we have another giraffe feeding. I believe we had a question from a Liam. I did miss the question. If I can have that question again, I can try and answer. Liam, so the mountains that surround us, they are referred to as the Coronaberg. And we have a massive percentage of the Coronaberg Mountains here in Tswalu. And one of the really great things about having the mountains where they are is that it adds such diversity to the environment, to the ecosystem. So we have a lot of the species that would need the better cover. They'd be tucked in closer to the mountain range. And then a lot of other creatures that prefer these open grasslands into the dunes. It just gives us a huge biodiversity by having so much different habitat in such an area. But yeah, the name of the mountains, the Coronaberg, and they are spectacular. There's some amazing peaks and some even more amazing valleys that run through them. On our morning safari, we saw a beautiful group of giraffe, a group of females. This is a nice big adult male, really good condition, nice and healthy, and obviously loving his afternoon snack over there. Again, it's not the easiest to see, but when they feed, they're using their tongues a huge amount. And if you look at these trees, you'll see that they lots of thoughts. Yuri, no, giraffe are browsers. So in a natural environment like this, they won't be eating grass. They are browsing off the trees, and obviously with their unusual shape and size, they ideally need to be browsing off taller trees, so they're not putting too much strain on their own bodies. I have seen in captivity where they'll put out things like lucerne and that for them to eat, but by natural habits, absolutely not. They're nibbling off trees, and there's a huge variety of trees out here, so certainly enough food for them to get by. There you can see a beautiful, nice close-up of him. And you might even be able to see some of the thorns on the trees. Amazingly, using those lips and that tongue, he does no damage to himself. It gives you an idea of how leathery those lips and that tongue would be. But yeah, a really nice example of a giraffe. He's in absolutely great condition. But we'll leave him to his afternoon snack and continue to hopefully see if we can find something around the water. So we're going to continue our search, and for now we're going to send you across to Cedric.
Hello everyone, I found a leopard. we bump into that female leopard on the road next to Twin Dam. It is great. Fortunately, we don't have a lot of signal, so we will follow her, but we might lose the feed, so I apologize for that, but I just don't want to lose visual of her. We're not sure which leopard it is. It might be Moya. We will try to check.
Good afternoon and welcome back onto Bushwalk. We just found some hyenas scattered right over here. And how we know that it's hyena is fairly fixed segments, but also because of a white coloration to it. Sometimes you can confuse it with lion, but lion tends to generally have more hair on it, inside it. But we can also find quite often that lion dung can also have a large amount of calcium in it. And that is just purely because it ate more bone than normal. Quite often when we do see that predators had a large amount of meat, the coloration of their feces or scat is much darker in color. One of the things that I do find particularly interesting is that there's a number of animals that will actually come and feed on the hyena's dung because of the rich calcium content. And two of those are actually species of tortoise. One that quite often does that is a specs hinge tortoise that we have in this area. And that the calcium will assist with the growth of a shell, but also with egg production. So when it comes to predator dung, you'll never see me handling it, as it potentially contains lethal bacteria, as well as other organisms which can be lethal to us. We quite often find that people that handled lions in the past used to obtain tapeworms, which is unique to lion, and lion cope very well with them. However, as a human, you don't do so well with them. They end up inside your lungs and your liver and eventually move into your brain. And there's very little that you can actually do about it. We sometimes also find that hyenas will leave a large amount of droppings in specific areas, and those are quite often territorial middens. Quite often on the opposite end of the road, you'll also notice that there's another midden, and that will be made by an opposition clan. It's not the only way that they actually will mark their areas. They also quite often mark by actually dragging their anal glands over grass stalks. In the case of a spotted hyena, it will normally be a smear that's uniform in color. If you're very fortunate to find that of a brown hyena, it will actually be two different distinct colors, one brown as well as one white blob. And it's believed that one of those is a long-term and the other a short-term communication signal. Quite often when it does come to ways of marking territories and depositing objects that has a scent, we find that it will relay information with regards to the group, with regards to individuals in the group, also about the reproductive status of individuals in the group as well. It's fascinating how animals can use scent to their advantage to detect so many different things. Let's see what else we can go and find.
So we are still on our search. I thought I might have just seen a lion track a few minutes ago. I'm not seeing it now. But like I said earlier, we sort of, by process of elimination, are hopefully going to be finding something soon. We haven't come and checked down here for a few days, so this is hopefully the right area that we're going into now. Again, you can see in front of us those beautiful Coronaberg. Just absolutely incredible scenery around us. We're gonna keep looking at. For sure there's one or two line tracks around here. So hopefully we're heading in the right direction now. Let's see what happens. So as we were saying, for sure there were some line tracks in this on the road a little bit behind us. And we're approaching a waterhole. I think we may have just seen something. I'll have a little look. We'll get a bit closer. And there they are. So for sure, there's at least four lions here. So to be very honest, we didn't do a huge amount of work there. I thought I'd seen a lion track, and I honestly wasn't 100% sure if it was or not. We didn't stop and look, but perhaps I had a little bit of luck this afternoon. There are a group of lions. So you can see one of the, well, you can see a couple of the big animals lying there. It's very common to see big cats. If you own dogs or cats, you'll often see them lying on their backs, and very typical on a hot day, exposing their bellies to the breeze, and also getting those paws up into the wind. So they have sweat glands between the pads of the feet, and are obviously putting their feet up to help cool down. I can't really be sure just from where we're sitting now whether or not they have eaten. But often when they've eaten too much, they sit like that as well. So there you can see a few other members of the pride. Like I said, if they're all here, there should be about 13 of them in total. But quite typically, if they're resting up, they spread themselves out across the shade, and you often miss one or two. But yeah, we'll sit tight here for a little bit. and just enjoy seeing them. When we got here, one of them was the chap you're looking at now. Looked like he was in proper stalk mode. He is a youngster, so their skills, they've got the right idea when it comes to hunting, but they have literally no skill in it. And I think he was actually watching a guinea fowl, so not really much of a meal for a young lion, but something very good to be practicing your skills on. But whatever he was watching, he seems to have lost interest in it now. So that's an interesting question about how they adapt to the cold. Lions being social creatures, first of all, they've got the ability to group together and to use each other for body heat. Obviously, lions are endemic to this area. They do belong in the Kalahari, and they certainly do survive those harsher conditions. The cold weather, for the most part, like most animals, they'll group together, and they're obviously staying warm if they're eating well and they are moving. So just by moving at the right times, they'll be able to generate a bit of heat. If it's abnormally cold or windy, what like most animals, again, what they typically do is just retreat to a place where they can get out of the wind, out of the cold. So this pride, being a bigger number of them, they could easily just, go under thickets. I mean, some of the vegetation here is so thick you wouldn't see them. And if they tuck themselves in there and form a nice little huddle, they'll be able to generate enough heat to keep each other warm. You can imagine the impact. You can imagine the impact of having lions sitting at a waterhole in a dry environment like this. For the most part, they are stopping everybody from coming down to drink. Very few animals would be brave enough to risk it. But it's a testing time for wildlife. If there's no alternative places to drink, at some point somebody will make a mistake, and I'm sure we'll be seeing a lot more of this over the next while, where they will start moving around water and sticking closer to water. At the moment, they for sure have the place to themselves. As you can imagine, nobody's really going to want to come and drink here if they don't have to. There's enough water close by, the animals may just have to move a bit further. But it just takes one animal with a bit of desperation. And when they're thirsty, when they're hungry, they make mistakes. Yeah, well, thanks. I mean, we're obviously always happy when we find them quickly, these lions. But like I said, it's more a bit of luck this afternoon. We figured we'd check waterholes, assuming that they've been tucked away for a few days, not being visible, that at some point they'll come to water. And definitely on the road further back, there was one or two tracks. But having said that, I think it was more a bit of luck that we found them here for the afternoon. So, but we'll take the victory. It's always great to see them. You can see one of the younger cubs there is harassing one of the bigger ones. It's still a bit early in the day for them, but the youngsters like to get up and moving. They're always looking for food. So when you see them hopping on mom like that, they more often than not, it's their way of telling her to get up and go and start looking for dinner for them. Shell, you are correct. They really did pick a beautiful spot. Certainly for us and for all of you viewers watching at home, always nice to catch such magnificent animals out in the open like this. So yeah, it's always a treat. Again, because it isn't too hot today, they're also lying out in a more open area. If it was extreme heat, they'd probably have tucked themselves deep into the thickets, into the real shade. But there's enough shade here. There's nice water close by if they are getting too hot. So, yeah, nice of them to be sitting out like this. What we'll do is we'll reposition a little bit and see if we can get a bit closer to the bigger group lying in the back. One of the lionesses is sitting up, and I see her. Some of the smaller cubs are getting a little more active, so we'll sneak over there and see if we can get a better view.
I'm Maggie, also known as Mia My Cat on Twitter. I purchased the Ticket to Dream so that I would make it back to Africa someday, so here I am. I enjoy WildEarth very much. Just the experience it brings to everybody, it just helps everybody cope with things.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide, whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
My favorite part about today is seeing Riggs, seeing him stalk the waterbuck and seeing the interaction between the waterbuck and him, and he's just an impressive little guy.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
It's very exciting to be on a live drive at Djuma, to see how things work in the back and to be certainly much closer to the animals.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. I have been living for the past decades here in the Sabi Sands, and that has allowed me an intimate connection with this place and a better understanding of how it works. For me, the questions that make me think and lead to answers that all of us learn from is what really drives me. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
This is a battle of two great carnivores of the African wilderness. Whew. Whoa! You don't want to be under those jaws. Definitely, this round goes to the lion. Look at that. Fantastic.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hello, I'm Marna, your WildEarth safari guide from andBeyond Ngala. What I really like about connecting with WildEarth viewers is that we get to speak to viewers instantly, and I get to show you this beautiful property. If you want to ask me a question, register on the WildEarth website. Simply head over to the live safari page and you can submit your questions there. Join me or one of the other guides twice a day on WildEarth.
Yeah, we're currently in the Mulwati River. We lost visual of our leopard. She went down looking at something to hunt. So we went down inside the river. We apologize, there was no signal where we were. But now we are thinking maybe she was looking at those impalas. So what we're doing now, we're just waiting a little bit to see if anything happened. If in a few minutes nothing happened, we might go back on the road and check for her again. But she was quite close to where those impalas are. Or she's still waiting, or maybe she decided to not go forward with the hunt. It would be quite amazing if we wait here and we see a kill in front of us like that. I really hope that we will be able to relocate that leopard, because it's the first one that I find by myself since I'm here. And we were quite lucky to bump into her in the, well, still a bit the heat of the day, walking on the road. Jesse, you would like to know which leopard, if I know which leopard I had. I'm not 100% sure, but it might have been Moya. But unfortunately, I couldn't identify her. It was a female. I hope you have been able to see her before we lost signal. But we will do our best to relocate her. So instead of saying Moya, maybe I should say I am not sure which leopard it is. Not much is happening, so let's wait a little bit more and then maybe get back on the road and hopefully we can find her again. Okay, so we will try our best to relocate her, and in the meantime we will send you to Pride Land at the watering hole.
Good afternoon and welcome back on Bushwalk. We've been sitting around Leopard Dam for a few minutes and we're busy enjoying some birding. There's a number of birds that come in and out the whole time to come and have a drink. Some of these were little blue waxbills. We also had some red-faced mouse birds and some doves that came for a drink. I always find it very interesting how birds are super cautious when they approach water, especially the doves. They tend to land up in the tree, sit, observe to make sure that there's no predators in the trees or on the ground. For them, ground predators can be anything from small like a mongoose, something like an African wildcat, or even a jackal. And then when it comes to birds of prey that will typically hunt them, one of the birds I often find at these waterholes is called a gabber goshawk. So what we also find is that the doves have another strategy in their favor, and that is that they can sip up water very quickly, suck it up, and without having to tilt back their head. It's like normal little seed eaters would do by having a small little drink and then tilting back their head. So this reduces the time that they're exposed while they are drinking to threats such as birds of prey. There's a impala that's coming in to drink on the opposite side of the dam. Let's see what he's getting up to. It looks like it's only one, and it's a single ram that's came in. And it's possible that it's one of the rams that's still trying to hold on to a territory. We find that most of the males have now already abandoned their territories and started moving back into the mixed groups of all males and females. However, we still hear a few of them at night, alarm calling, grunting, and seeing them chasing off other rams. The sky seems pretty peaceful at the moment. I quite love impalas. They're probably one of the most beautiful of all the antelopes. And for me, they're that typical antelope that we always find with a Good afternoon, Gucci Gumi, and welcome to the show. My favorite bird to see at the waterholes. It's quite often wagtails. I just love wagtails. There's something that makes me happy seeing a wagtail, and I think it's because they're always bobbing their tails up and down, and they're just doing their own little thing, and they're carrying on, catching little insects, and then, can sit and watch them for ages. When it's in forested habitats, I think my favorite bird is definitely the Nerino trogon and the crowned eagle. If I'm away from water in savanna, would like to say that martial eagle is one of my favorite birds of prey. However, I do love the battaliers as well. Let's see how impala is actually moving off again. When it's in the open ocean, one of my favorite birds to go and see over there is black-browed albatross. We're going to sit here a little bit longer and see if there's any other animals coming in for a drink. But let's go and see what John has.
So you can see now we've come a bit closer to the bigger portion of the pride. Interestingly, a young lioness appeared from somewhere behind us and has come to lie down. So the whole pride doesn't seem to be here. Perhaps there's others still lying out to the fringes of the waterhole. But for the most part, still very lazy. In particular, the big females are out for the count. That's a young male there that's trying to get some affection from one of the bigger females in the group. Like I said, obviously lions are incredibly social. It's the only big cat that forms any kind of grouping. But this kind of behavior, from what I've often seen, is, yes, he's trying to stay in favor with one of the bigger females, but often the youngsters are trying to wake them up. Interestingly, it doesn't look like they've eaten. So perhaps the youngsters have been tucked away and the bigger girls have been out hunting, but it doesn't seem to be with any success. There you can see some of the younger animals. They're certainly a little bit more awake. Roy, absolutely, there are big male lions. Obviously, if you look, there's some younger cubs. You can't see it on screen, but there's a little thicket in front of us, and we can hear lots of activity there. So there's obviously some younger cubs harassing a mom. A little bit of whining going on in the background. But obviously, yes, there's big males that look after these prides. It's interesting, though, because the male's responsibility is to look after the territory of his pride. And whether it be a single male or a coalition, their job is to protect the territory, and by doing so, they are protecting the cubs from other males, nomadic males, who would be a threat to the youngsters. So when we see a pride, you don't necessarily see the males with them 24/7. They spend a huge amount of their time out on patrol, making sure their borders are safe. But each group of lions here, nice big males that look after them. And Kalahari lions, again, big, spectacular black maned lions. You can see a young female walking in, and she's about to greet one of the big girls who was obviously in the thicket. That's where the noise was coming from, which we were hearing. And there's nature in its rawest form. It's interesting to obviously watch, because it just shows you that these animals feel no impact of us being here. If we treat them with respect, they go about their business as if we are not even here. Lots and lots of movement with the youngsters. The assumption is that they are hungry, and they, by starting to wake up, are encouraging the bigger girls to also get up. Obviously, the lionesses won't be pushed around by the cubs. They will be active and hunt when it suits them best, when they feel they have the best chances. But typical of the youngsters, they don't take the rest breaks too seriously. Love to be out playing. It's a good comment to make. Lions, as we all know, they, like any predator, but lions in particular, we see them for vast amounts of the day and night just doing nothing. So that feeling of them being very lazy, it's maybe not the nicest way to look at them. But they do rest a lot. They conserve energy for when they'll really use it, and it's impossible for us to truly appreciate how much energy gets exerted by these bigger lionesses when they're actually hunting. And obviously, bearing in mind, a lot of their hunts are not successful. I mean, their success rate is fairly low for lions in general. So they do spend a lot of time resting. So always nice to see a bit of activity, bit of movement, bit of action going on in the group. So you can see that little interaction there. The mom is trying to clean one of the youngsters, and one of the youngsters is having a big disagreement with her. And a couple of the other cubs are having a wrestling match, and one of them in particular was not enjoying, obviously losing. But we're going to spend a bit of time here. As you can see, there's a lot going on. So we'll sit it out, and hopefully they get up and move. Otherwise, we'll just enjoy them playing around the water. But for now, we're going to cross across to Lauren.
Good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately, I am not out on drive, but I am sitting here on the dam cam. And you won't see my face, and just in case you can't recognize my voice, it is indeed Lauren. Yes, Morgan is next to me for moral support at operating the dam cam. We have a team of two. He's giving a thumbs up, yes. Morgan's thumb is in the air saying hello to you all. So, it's a little bit tricky when you're on the dam cam. I am very much looking forward to answering all your questions, possibly even getting into some discussions. But I am sitting admiring a little bird party. It's not the most exciting sort of party, but we have two Egyptian geese at the back, a grey heron, a red-billed hornbill on the right there, and I think I spotted a ha-dee-da. Hold on. Zoom. Are you a ha-dee-da in the background there? It's very difficult to tell. And now you've gone behind a tree, but I do think you are a ha-dee-da. The least favourite birds of all South Africans. What's your least favourite bird, Morgan? Ha-dee-da. Ah, there you go. See? Ha-dee-da. Let's see if we can spot any other birds. I saw a hammercock briefly. Oh, another hornbill. I think it's a red bill. Could be the same hornbill. Are you all impressed with my camera work? Fabulous camera work. Look at the Egyptian Egyptian goose on the right doing his little dance. So please send in your questions for me. We can talk about anything, really. Oceanic, terrestrial, life, coffee. Any topic that you wish to talk about, you are welcome to ask today. My diary is free as a bee. Okay, so I'm definitely not going anywhere. I'm going to sit here on the dam cam and see what else we can find.
Good afternoon and welcome back on Bushwalk. We're still at Leopard Dam looking at tracks and field signs of animals that have come in and out to the dam. And we're also looking at birds every few minutes. So right over here, what we could find is a large number of mud that's been disturbed. But we also have some elephant footprints over here. And what we often see the elephants doing at this little section of a dam is kicking the soil with their feet, loosening it up. And eventually they take that mud and throw it over themselves with their trunks so that they can cover their bodies a bit. It's got a two-part effect. Firstly, it cools down the body, and secondly, it helps to also encase parasites, and eventually that mud will peel off, and that will also be then, as it peels off, take the parasites off their skin. So if you come and have a look over here, we can also see this is where they often come straight afterwards. And we can see how they've been rubbing straight after that they had a mouth bath. This is probably from this morning. It was slightly still damp. However, some parts of it is already entirely dry. And if we look at the height over here, we know that it's elephant because there's no other animal that can reach that specific height that indulges in mud wallowing. Some of the other animals that are often coming to the dam to mud wallow is also the buffalo. However, their shoulder height is roughly over here. And then we also very commonly find warthogs coming down to come and mud bathe and then come and rub themselves on these mud posts. But they only come up to here roughly. So roughly at the same height as my knee will indicate that it would have been a warthog that could have made it. Often with buffalo, we also find that there's a lot of hairs that remains inside the mud. And at times over here, when the tick loads are quite heavy, we also often find ticks that's encased in the dry mud itself.
Yeah, so no luck for us, unfortunately. There's not a lot of signal also where she went. So there is another vehicle in the area trying to locate her. I think we will continue. I'm not sure when we went into the river, if she crossed the river or came back on the road. But one car came from the other side and didn't find her. So I think what we will do, we'll try to find another one if we can. We'll see what we can find. I apologize for that. It's not easy, but also there's not a lot of signal in the area. So let's see what else we can find. And if I hear anything, maybe go and try to see her again. It is quite thick in that river, and we did try and look, and unfortunately she was gone. I don't know, maybe time when the river she came back up here and still moving along. I didn't see any tracks on this road though, but she might be walking in the long grass. It is a bit frustrating. Fortunately, it is what it is, so just need to try to bounce back. Okay, so we will see what we can find, and in the meantime we'll send you to John.
So you can see that these youngsters are finding things in the grass to play with, and the one in screen now, that it's quite difficult to see what it's got, but it looks like a piece of tree, maybe some roots or a piece of bark, and whatever it is, it seems to be quite nice to chew on. It is currently driving the others mad because everybody now wants to investigate what it is, and you'll see there's a slightly bigger youngster playing around the back there, playing it. He's literally playing it cool, but for sure he's waiting for his opportunity to steal that piece of tree out of the other one's mouth. It's always fun to watch the youngsters. In a lot of ways, they behave like we did when we were kids. You know, one has a toy and is now proudly displaying it to everyone else, but certainly not letting anybody touch it. I'm pretty sure that's what that little one is doing. Nazreen, they not really. When you say from plants, they definitely wouldn't be eating anything to get any sort of hydration out of it. Where they can get it from plants, especially at this time of year, you know, these cool temperatures, it often puts a lot of dew onto the ground. So if they were really struggling to find liquid, you'd actually get them licking the grasses and things like that. So they for sure they get it off the plants, but not actually from the plants. The only time that you'll see lions eating any kind of plant is when they're trying to clean their own stomachs out. So they very much like domestic cats and dogs. If they're feeling a little uncomfortable, they'll often eat grass and it'll cause a reaction, and whatever's bothering them, they'll often then just cough up. But in terms of actually getting water out of plants, no, they're not. A lot of animals do that. Quite a reaction there. One of them sneezed, and it woke up one of the bigger lionesses, who then panicked all of the youngsters in the group. But all it was a sneeze in their own team. That's a really good example of, you know, we sit and watch lions often, and you get that misconception that they're fast asleep. There's no life to them. But the slightest change in the noise, the movement, whatever it is, they react in a nanosecond. They are, from being fast asleep to being fully alert, is too quick for any of us to really comprehend. And that was a beautiful example of that. A little bit of movement, noise spooked them, and as quick as that, they were all up and alert, and one of the two of them were actually standing. Just with that question from Nazreen, that if they're eating, if they're on a carcass, they can get moisture from that. So, you know, a good meal will give them enough hydration to last them. They do like to drink when they've eaten, but there is moisture in what they are eating, but not coming from the plants as such. So the two cubs you're looking at there, the one sitting with its head up seems to be enjoying bullying his slightly smaller sibling, and keeps on going back to the same little one and sitting on top of it or trying to grab it by the neck. again, these games are all training for one day when they will need to hunt and they will need to fight. But as you can see, the smaller cub lying on the ground is not enjoying all of this persistent bullying. Naomi, in this pride, there's actually 3 different litters of cubs. The youngest ones in the group are about 4 to 5 months old. The second group would be about 7 months old now, 7 to 8, and the older group being about 9 to 10 months old. So there's actually 3 different litters from 3 different females in the group here. It's quite common to have cubs in a pride born, fairly close together. When one lioness goes into estrus, it often triggers it in the other females. So if they mate at the same time and conceive it, but I say the same time, fairly close together, it'll just allow them to go off, have their cubs, keep them at a den site, but then bring them back to a pride. And when they're in the pride, they can raise the youngsters as one bigger group. So common to see that. But yeah, the smallest ones in the group, probably about 4 to 5 months old now. And then 6 to 7, maybe going on closer to 8, and about 9 to 10 for the oldest ones. But we're gonna sit tight for a little bit. There's, again, like I said earlier, there's lots of activity. The youngsters are very much awake, so we're gonna enjoy this. And send you across to JP. He's found something interesting on a bushwalk.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Pridelands. We're still out on bushwalk and just located on this very interesting spider nest. And this belongs to a group of spiders, which is known as a community or communal nest spiders. And they reckon that there can be anywhere between 100 up to as many as 1,000 of these little spiders in these nests. When we do look at the nest, we generally see 1 or 2 in the outskirts. And when something does fly into the nest, and they normally will send only a small number of spiders out to go and grab the prey item and overpower it, and then drag it back inside the nest, where the rest of the group will then consume it. Generally, spiders are always solitary, but as in this case, we see that they form large groups, which is, for me, one of those exceptions in nature. And nature always has an exception or 2. Some of the other things that I find really interesting about these spiders is that the females tend to immigrate and then start forming new colonies. And a colony can be started as a few spiders, as 1 or 2, or so, as 2 spiders, and then from there on grow from generation to generation. And a number of those generations will remain in that nest for quite a few years. If I recall, some of these nests that I've seen in some areas has probably been around for 3 or 4 years. We're going to move on and let's go and see what we can go and find. Good afternoon, Hami, and welcome to the show. It's at a perfect height. I've actually seen them much higher as this as well. So it just depends where they find a perfect spot to put that nest. And basically what they're waiting for is insects to fly into the nest, or insects that move around through the trees to by accident get stuck onto the web itself. I also find it quite interesting for most creatures when they do get stuck in a spider's web. They battle to get themselves out there, But the spider itself happily moves around with that web and sticky web without being caught.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is ready for the next brand new concept, and this time it's at night. A specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James just head a little bit more left.
Okay, Gabby, I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this show to a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors.
What fascinates me most about the animal circle of life is the intricacies between the large and the very, very small. I mean, it's very easy to go out there and find the large. Once you found the large, the cascading effect down to the small absolutely fascinates me. Alertness and situation awareness is by far the number one aspect for protecting ourselves out on safari.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Looks like it's a very difficult climb because every time it tries to climb, the ground is breaking, so it slides down. But it's the only one. Look at that. That is the call of desperation with the cub. It's like, what are you doing, mommy? Oops. Oof.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Lauren, and I'm currently working in Djuma Private Game Reserve here in South Africa. I love answering your questions during the live safaris. It's my favorite part. It feels like you're on the vehicle with me, and I'm able to teach you exactly what you want to know. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, you must go to the live safari page and ask your question below the live feed.
So as you can see, these youngsters have not stopped playing. Slowly but surely, there seems to be a bit of life coming to the bigger lionesses in the group. Honestly, it doesn't make too much difference how active the youngsters are. They're not going to move until the bigger lionesses start moving. But they're playing, and their boisterousness has definitely woken the girls up a little bit. So we're slowly but surely starting to see a bit more movement, a lot more alertness in the group. Ideally, if you are at a waterhole, you know, in terms of things like hunting, the animals will move in the earlier and later parts of the day, so early to mid-morning and mid to late afternoon. So perhaps that's what they're planning on here. Perhaps they're hoping for somebody to come and make a mistake. But for sure, there's a little bit of more movement coming out of the bigger lionesses in the group, and that's what the cubs will ultimately be hoping for. If the adults are waking up, there's a chance that the hunt will begin. Janelle, at the age of these cubs, if any of the mothers are carrying milk, they'll obviously be drinking. I did see a few minutes ago with one of the younger cubs, it was whining and really putting up a performance, trying to get mom to let it have milk, and she turned it down. So I would think at this age, there's a potential they can still be drinking milk, but it's more based on whether or not the female is producing and then letting them drink. At the age of the cubs, no, they should be coming off milk already. Certainly, I mean, for sure they're eating a lot of meat at the moment. But like I say, if there's milk still available, they'll drink as long as they can. But the body language we got a short while ago was that milk is not available anymore, and it's time to come off that. Raymond, with lions, yes, it's actually quite interesting because I'm going to say yes, they do all have the same colored eyes. If they don't, there's usually another reason for it. So I've seen quite a few times out in nature, a lion with a white eye, and that unfortunately would probably mean that the eye's been damaged in some way. But yes, for the most part, they'll all have the same colored eyes. Heading towards maturity, that beautiful sort of yellowish color, that golden color. Again, we're going to sit and wait it out a little while, see if any action develops here. And for now, we're going to send you across to JP.
Good afternoon and welcome back onto Bushwalk. We're just busy looking at this tree right over here. And if you notice at the bottom, it's got quite a flaky appearance to the bark, hence the name flaky fawn. Previously, these plants were known as acacias, but then they decided to call them Vachelias or Senegalias. So the one that we have over here was straight fawn. These all became Vachelias. And then the one that I have over here, this is a little branch of a knob fawn that has hooked fawns. These became Senegalias. So to come back to the plant, the whole idea to have a fawn is to actually protect you against browsers. And there's a number of browsers out here that will specialize in feeding on these plants. Black rhino often comes past here. We also find that animals such as elephant will feed on it. Kudu as well as giraffe loves browsing on these plants as well. So what we also find is with the very young plants is that they tend to form incredibly large fawns to protect them from the browsing animals. So as they become more mature, they actually spend less energy in producing fawns and rather focus on producing leaves, which can actually produce more food by means of photosynthesis, as the leaves have chlorophyll. What we also can see with the fawns is that in the center of a plant, there will also be less fawns compared to the outer part of these trees. Some of the other strategies that the animals will have to protect themselves against browsers is also to employ toxins or a large amount of tannins to make the plants unpalatable. Also have noticed over here, if we look on the tip of this branch, here we can see where elephant has fed on this branch. One of their strategies is to often just take the trunk, break off a branch. If it's a fairly large piece, then they will just pull it underneath a foot, flatten the fawns, and then pull it through their mouth and strip the outer layer of the bark off with a molar teeth. We can also see that giraffe has been eating over here, and here we can notice where the leaves have been stripped off the tip of a branch. What we also find is that giraffe too has an interesting adaptation to deal with these fawns. A number of strategies that they have. One is very long eyelashes to protect the eyes against the fawn. They also got a very unique type of saliva which they have on the tongue that just deflects these fawns off the tongue and preventing them from stabbing into the tongue. Then lastly, they also got very thick leathery lips, which helps with dealing with these fawns. Some of the other animals that we sometimes see leaving browse marks on the trees, black rhino, however there's no sign of here, they tend to always leave a very neat 45-degree angle cut to the branch, unlike the elephant that leaves these uneven edges that are very frayed in appearance.
So welcome back again. We are still with this lovely pride of lions. It's quite interesting because a short while ago when you were watching them with us, you were seeing there was lots and lots of interaction with these cubs. And I think quite typical of young animals, they have little bursts of energy and then they rest again. And we seem to have hit that part of the afternoon where they've tired themselves out, all the playing, all the interaction, and for the most part they're all going back to sleep. But lovely to see that youngster lying on its head on its sibling's body, and that again is very, very common to see with lions, being social cats and really being the only social cats. There are strong bonds formed within these groups, and these siblings will feed off each other's energy, and as you can see, quite comfortable letting the one lie with its head on the other one's back. But a really, really beautiful cats, beautiful view. The one that's got its head up there and is still very alert is watching all the doves. So the fur you're seeing on them, it's not necessarily a winter coat. I mean, a lot of animals will get a bit of thicker hair during the cold season, but a lot of what you're seeing is just very typical of younger lions. So they've still got a lot of that baby fluff stuck on them. But if you look at the adults, for example, you'll notice there's no thicker fur on them. So no, not necessarily typical of a winter coat. They will fatten up and fluff up a little bit over winter, but not enough to really notice. What you're seeing is just typical of younger animals. Still lots of that baby fur, like I said. That youngster that walked across a few seconds ago has been lying out behind us, enjoying the real hot sun on the sand. But it seems has got itself a little bit too hot and has now gone to join the others back in the shade. Fast asleep. That big lioness is absolutely out for the count. So a little bit of action there. This little one's reclaimed its root prize. Root or bark, I can't actually 100% see what it's got there. But everyone seems to be loving chewing on it. can really see how big those paws are. A good sign of how big this cat will get as the days, the months, the years go on. So we're just saying this youngster's still furiously chewing away at a piece of a vegetation that it's discovered. It for sure won't be getting much in the way of flavour or taste out of it. I think it's more the texture it's enjoying. And like a lot of youngsters, their teeth, as they're growing, they'll need to be chewing, and there'll be some irritation in the mouth. So potentially that could be what's happening. Otherwise, it's just enjoying playing with the piece of tree that it's found there. Every now and then you'll see they stop and they a lot of focus. There's a huge amount of bird activity around at this time of day, and the birds are certainly getting their attention. Not that they actively hunt these birds, though. It's really not enough for them to be chasing after, but it's certainly enough to be getting their attention. In the back there, you'll see one of our common birds, but an absolutely incredible specimen. The very beautiful crimson-breasted shrike. These shrikes spend most of their time in the thickets of bush. They are predatory birds. They're catching insects and little lizards, frogs. I mean, really anything they can grab hold of will be food to them. But hopping through the thicker vegetation, flushing things out. So always nice to see one out in the open like this. And there you can see that incredibly beautiful red breast that it's got. So yeah, beautiful crimson-breasted shrike. In front of it is a little turtle dove, also coming down for water.
We are watching a giraffe who came down to have a little bit of a drink at the dam cam. A meal. Tuki's time. Sorry everyone, I've not got control of the dam cam right now. I do apologize. The dam cam is currently doing its own thing. Technology. Oh. Either an alien is doing this or it's magic. I'm not entirely sure which one. But I'm going to try and very much get the alien away and get back control of this dam cam. And for now, we're sending you across to JP.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We just discovered this very large burrow, and this was being created by Aardvark. Also, for some people might know them as an ant bear. So they've got incredibly large claws which assist them with digging, and they can apparently dig faster than 3 men with a spade can. And I've once watched one of these dig themselves into a hole in the Kalahari after they were chased by African wild dog. First thing that they did is they kicked a cloud of dust into the dog's face and then bolted off again, and then found themselves a little shallow depression and started digging. And you could just see sand and more sand being kicked in the dog's face. and within seconds the aardvark was actually in here. And we find that they will often do this as a little retreat where they'll sleep inside, and it normally only gets used for one night. We also find a number of other types of digs that they will create. Some of them is exploration digs, which is very shallow, and then slightly deeper digs where they will actually feeding. And I've also quite often find in riverine areas where they go into rivers and dig in the sand, and that they allow for percolating water out in that little depression and then drinking from there. And we can often see clearly where the tail has been marked, as well as two of the glands at the base of the tail that so often leaves the impression. Some of the other telltale signs that we find often of aardvark is very distinct large nails. Generally, if we look at it, it looks like 3 fingers, pretty much the same size as my 3 fingers, and the impression that it would be leaving is something like this. Sometimes all 5 of the nails will mark, but here you can see the broad nail marks on the side of this burrow. So these burrows will also be used by a number of different mammal species, bird species, as well as reptiles. And we also find that hyena, as well as African wild dog, jackals and foxes love these holes, and they'll come and use them. One of my favorite birds that we find in the grassland areas of South Africa is a blue swallow. It's also one of the rarest birds in South Africa. They also will make use of these burrows that's been created by aardvark, and then they will create their nest on the inside of this. And the Kalahari, if you do go and visit Tswalu, you'll notice that the southern ant-eating chats will also nest underneath there, including the well-known duck species that we find there as well will use that, such as another animal that I like to find often, whose tracks I find moving in here, is that of a southern African python. And I've seen a few very large pythons in the last few years that has utilized holes like this as nesting sites. In general, the python females tend to be much larger than the males are, and I find individuals that are well over 4 to 4.5 meters in length. What I also find interesting is that she will lay around the eggs, and then she will use her body heat to actually incubate those eggs, and she'll move in and out of the sun and back into this burrow to assist with the incubation of those eggs. Generally, she'll also stay for a few days with the eggs and the hatchlings after that they've hatched, to ensure that they can all make their way safely off. As very few reptiles would actually show any form of protection to their own young. And quite often, many different reptile species will eat their own kind if they do find them, if they do find the young. We're going to head off and go and see what else we can go and find. I hear that John has found some lions. Let's go and have a look at them.
So welcome back to our lovely lion sighting. As I said a short while ago, the activity really has slowed down. Not a huge amount of activity. The 1 or 2 that are up and about or alert, it's really just the bird activity that's got their attention. Even that little one there has decided to give up on it, so its wooden toy that it had made for itself, and it's now gone to bundle up closer to some of the bigger siblings, also bigger cubs in the pride. I think we were very lucky when we got here that there was a huge amount of activity going on. But like I said, typical of these cats, they rest for such huge amounts of a typical day that it was bound to quieten down again. And it looks like they're all getting nice and snug there with each other. Mitchell, yes, the cubs are always on the alert and are always trying to chase really anything that moves. So it's not that they don't try and hunt, and they certainly will try and hunt. It's more the fact that they just are very unskilled at the age that they are. You can see a couple of them pick their heads up there. There's some very noisy guinea fowl came running in and have gone running off again. So not sure what disturbed them or what got them up and about and moving, but enough to wake a couple of the lions up to check it out. As I'm sure you can see, as quick as they are woken up, they have lose interest in whatever that disturbance is. But yeah, sorry, going back to your question, Mitchell, they will try and hunt. They're at that age now where everything is worth trying to stalk up on and chase. And it's all about learning those real life skills that they'll need, which is to be able to one day pull a bigger animal down, bring food to the table. So lots and lots of trying, very little success, if any. But at the moment their focus is noisy birds. But yeah, they'll tackle anything that moves in front of them, just with very little success. There you can see the disturbance that woke one or two more of the youngsters up. Some helmeted guinea fowl and making quite a lot of noise. A surprising amount of noise for such a small creature. At the moment, Tswalu's got two resident prides that we follow. It's always difficult to discuss prides, but at the moment, two bigger groups. And as these youngsters are growing up, they'll slowly but surely start splitting off and forming more prides in the area. But there's really two groups that we target for viewing. You can see on your screens there a couple of beautiful South African shell ducks. Really incredible birds. The bird life around the water it's actually quite incredible to see. In the last few minutes, there's just so much life coming to the water. Some beautiful glossy starlings there. Obviously, we've seen the shell ducks. We've seen the guinea fowl. Some bulbuls, that lovely crimson-breasted shrike. Yeah, lots of activity, lots of things are waking up around the water, just not the lions as of yet. But we're going to sit tight and enjoy the scene.
Across southern and East Africa, the Endangered Wildlife Trust works tirelessly to save species, protect critical habitats, and benefit people. Join the EWT in returning wildlife to the wild. Go to ewt.org.za to find out more and follow our socials to see how you can get involved. Protecting forever, together.
Africa is very special, and when you come down here, even when you're watching through our camera, the landscapes change from desert to bushveld to up in the Masai Mara where there's grassland. That means that the biodiversity changes as we move along Africa. And what I love most about connecting with you guys is the fact that I get to share these wonderful experiences with thousands of people.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Okay, there's another big male coming in from our left here. Another big male, look at this. This is the one. Now you're going to see sparks fly, guys. Guys, it doesn't get better than this, eh? Yes, unbelievable. Africa, I love you, eh?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi, my name is Tristan Dix, and I am a guide here at Djuma Private Game Reserve for WildEarth. We love connecting you to the African bush, and we always look forward to all of your questions. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you'll need to register on the website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit a question below the live feed. Catch up with me on WildEarth.
Delivering 6 hours of HD wildlife content live every day is no small feat. It's a massive team effort, and we all rely on one another. Cam ops have a bit of work to do in the morning, up nice and early, get all the checks out of the way, and make sure we're ready to go live. Helping others fall in love with nature brings meaning to what I do. It's also a lot of fun.
We are still sitting with these lovely cats. They are very sleepy at the moment. Having burnt off a bit of energy a short while ago, they are struggling to keep their heads up. It's more common than not to see lions sleeping. You know, groups of them when we catch them, they are resting, and I've mentioned it many times, but conserving energy. They will not spend the night here. It's always difficult to get your timing right with these animals, but for sure, as the afternoon, the evening goes on, they will eventually get up and they will eventually start moving. But certainly seems that will be a little bit later on in the afternoon now. So we're going to sit tight to them for a little while, enjoy their company, and then start moving on for other things to see and view. But it's always a privilege to be able to spend any time with any big cat wherever you are in the world, and these particular animals have been very kind to us this afternoon. Certainly been lots of action-packed viewing for all of us. So we can never complain when we get to spend some quality time with things like lions. Claudine, it's a very interesting question you just asked there, and a good one to try and answer. When we talk about extreme weather conditions, we could be talking about extreme heat, we could be talking about extreme cold, torrential rainfall, strong winds. Some of those extreme weather conditions could favor them, but also on the other side could be a strong hindrance to them. For sure, they're not going to hunt too much in the extreme heat, rather waiting it out until the temperatures cool down again. In the cold, hunting could be a way of building up heat, so no reason why they wouldn't be moving around in the cooler weather, the colder weather. Torrential rain, probably not. Typical of the cat family, they are not too fond of sitting out or moving around in the real wet conditions. But in the wind, yes, they for sure will be hunting in that. Wind knocks out their sense knocks out the smell that they give off. And these big cats for sure have the ability and the understanding that if they're moving into the wind, it makes them less visible to other species. They're not being smelt, they're not being heard. So for sure, in the real wind conditions, they will for sure be moving around and trying to utilize the wind in their favor. It's something we see a lot with these big predators. They understand how to utilize wind, how to utilize wind, and how to utilize sun and light conditions in their favor. So extreme weather, yes, they will use it, certain conditions, but weather conditions in general, absolutely, they'll for sure use the cooler time of days to their benefit, the winds to their benefit. So we're going to enjoy another couple of minutes here, but it looks like these these lions have really settled down now, and it's always difficult to predict their next movement. So I think we'll enjoy the last few minutes with them here while they're still resting up. And for the meantime, send you across to Prandens who are still enjoying their bushwalk.
Welcome back on Bushwalk. We've just got to this velvet leaf corkwood over here. It's actually still got some fruit on. I find it a particularly interesting tree as it's got a number of different cultural uses. And especially for the San people in Southern Africa, they often utilize this plant for a number of different reasons. One is firstly the wood, because it's nice and soft, and therefore it's used for base plates when you want to make fire by means of friction. The other thing that we also find is that there's a specific species of beetle that associates with these trees. And when they pupate, they will drop down to the ground. And these grubs are often dug out and are used for arrow poison. And it's said that there's absolutely no antidote for this poison. So normally what the men will do is they will go away from the main area where they're living, and they'll make a small little fire, and then they'll put the poison at the back end of the arrow and never on the tip of the arrow, so that you don't accidentally stab yourself with that. We also see something interesting is that the poison is very slow working on the animals, and this is where the tracking skill comes in, where they have to track down and sometimes run after that animal until they can get to it. Once the animal has been found, they'll normally rest their hands on top of the animal, and then they will apologize to the animal that they had to kill it and explain to it that they also have to feed their families. Some of the right over here, we can also notice that there's a large amount of damage that's been created on the tree. And I suggest that this is our buffalo from yesterday afternoon. Quite often we see very distinct frayed edges over here. It looked like a little bit of a piece of hair that's very fine over here from the buffalo as well. And they'll often also rub their horns over here. So one of the things that we saw with him yesterday is that once we left the area, for some reason he decided a little while later to walk onto the opposite side of the bank where we were, smelt the area where we are, and then started thrashing the bushes with his horns, and then moved off and went for another wallow. For those of you that might be interested in Afrikaans, the name for this tree is a kannidood, which means never die. Seeing that the tree will start regrowing after it's been pushed over.
we're currently on Vulture's Nest Road. I think this is the direction, but so we're just going to wait here a little bit, look at the view, and try to listen for any sign of predators in the area. Much that we can hear. It's a bit sad that we lost that leopard, but anyway, I think we will carry on and maybe go see a bit north on the cheetah cut line there. Just tap him on. Okay, so we didn't hear anything here, so I think we'll continue moving. Setting nicely now, so it's getting a little bit cooler. And hopefully there will be more predators on the move. Yeah, welcome back with us. I apologize, we had a few little technical difficulties, but it's sorted now. It's always a bit tricky when reporting live from the bush. We did look around still for that leopard, but no sign of her. We also checked the southern part of Cheetah Cut Line and made a little loop into the block. We currently driving north, and I think we will go check the northern part of Cheetah Cut Line. Sorry. Just passing some impalas there. Sorry, that road is a little bit bumpy. It was... I did get a question, unfortunately I didn't get the full question. Maybe if FC can repeat. Lisa, 12 years old, thank you for your question. You would like to know if lions find prey by using their sense of smell. They normally use more their eyesight to look at the prey and hunt them. However, they have a very good sense of smell, and they will smell prey around, but also they will definitely smell carcass that other predators have killed, and then they might go steal the kill from the other predator. So yeah, they normally more looking at the prey before hunting, but they can smell very well. But thank you very much for your question, Lisa. I just wanted to stop here to show you these two young impala. You can see they have short horns. They were probably born last November, December. Yeah, not probably. They were definitely born in November or December last year. So they're almost 1 year old. Okay, so let's not waste too much time here and continue. Yeah, so the lions generally, when we followed the Talamatis earlier today, you could see that at some stage they were stopping and looking in one direction. So this means they were probably seeing one animal in front of them that caught their attention. Also, you will notice lions looking in the sky sometime because they're looking at the vultures. If they see vultures going down on the kill, they will definitely head in that direction. But they will definitely smell also the dead animal. I didn't get any report of the Talamatis yet, but maybe we can go check a little bit later to see if they're still there. There's a big chance that they moved to the other property on the south. Okay, so we will make a decision now, going straight or turning right, and then in the meantime we will send you to John, who is on a bumble.
So we've chosen here in Tswalu to leave our beautiful pride of lions, who we've been very fortunate to be able to spend quite some quality time with and watch the youngsters in particular being alert to the world around them. But now that they've taken a chance to get a bigger nap where they are, we've chosen to move on a bit and see who else is moving around this area. And it gives us an opportunity to show you the beautiful environment that we're driving through. You know, these lovely grasslands, the smaller thickets of bush, and the amazing mountain ranges around us that we are passing through. So for now, we're going to just bumble around a little bit through these mountains and these valleys and these incredible grasslands, surrounded by this amazing, mountainous vegetation. And then from here, see who else we can see moving around as we move along. Lauren, it's always nice to get those questions. From where we are at the moment, we'll be enjoying this this quieter time around us as we travel through this vegetation. But it's a good question to ask, and for sure that nicer to be having movement in the later afternoon and the early mornings. Difficult to say which is better for the actual viewing itself, but great for birding as the cooler weather hits us in the afternoon and in the morning. So as we can see, things are pretty special at both times. And we'll keep moving through from where we were with those lions and see who else is out and about. It's a good question to be asking, and for sure we've been very privileged to see the different activity around us, and very privileged to be able to show you. But I would think that as the afternoon goes on, activity will start quieting down a little bit around us. In these mountains, in these valleys, and give us an opportunity to show you the amazing activity, which is for sure going to be a little bit quieter for the next short while. But we'll absolutely pick up it a little bit later in the afternoon, building up to a busy morning ahead of us. We're going to slowly but surely work our way back through these little valleys here and through this beautiful vegetation.
Trying to see what we can find here. There's a beautiful area for a sunset here. Just to show you quickly, the sun is still quite. It's going to reverse a little.
Okay. Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. So we're just walking on the edge of Leopard Dam and we found an old foam nest frog nest that's at the bottom of this branch. And if we can see how much further the water has actually receded, these nests are always built directly above water. And one of their strategies is that the eggs will hatch inside this foam nest, and some 4 to 6 days later, the tadpoles start moving down to the bottom part of this nest. The weight combined with more moisture that's been moved towards the bottom mass of the nest softens it, and these tadpoles will then drop into the water where they'll complete the next part of their life cycle. And that way, the eggs are never predated in water, as fish and a number of other organisms will feed on them. One of the records that these frogs hold is that there was up to 1,200 eggs that's been recorded into one of these nests. It's amazing that a single frog, a pair of frogs, can produce so many young. However, many of these young tadpoles will also be predated on by a number of different things, anything from dragonfly larvae, fish, and other aquatic carnivorous insects. At this time of the year, we very seldom see any of these frogs. However, strange enough, if we do have rain spells coming through and they think it's starting to rain, we quite often hear them in the roofs and eaves where they will start chirping away and then become very quiet again. Later in the year, around by November, when the rains come, they'll become active again and then come out of hibernation. I also find it very interesting that they quite often will sit on exposed branches in the warmer parts of the day, and their bodies will actually adopt a white coloration so that the heat doesn't affect them and is deflected. However, if it's in cold days, they will actually obtain a much darker to grey colour, hence an alternative name for it being a grey tree frog. and this is to increase the body temperature. I always look forward to seeing these frogs, and hopefully within the next few months, when we get rain again, we'll be seeing them coming out again. We're going to move on and let's go and see what else we can go and find for afternoon.
As one of the industry's best and Fagasa Indoors training institutes, NJ Moorfield Guide College produces professional guides of exceptional caliber and gives students from around the world an incredible experience. NJ Moore offers courses to suit all types of interests. The full-length career course results in a Fagasa accredited qualification and the option of a 6-month internship at one of Moore Family Collection's luxury safari lodges. Shorter courses are a great introduction for those considering a career in field guiding or even a life-enriching experience in your gap year. With spaces still available in July, don't miss out on this fantastic opportunity to live your African dream.
My favorite animal is a leopard, purely because I just think they are just the epitome of feline grace and power, and the way they can move about in any environment and remain hidden until they want to be seen, I just find incredibly intoxicating, and they're amazingly beautiful.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
I've seen something I've never seen here before. Look at these cubs. One is crossing the river. It's being washed away, unfortunately, but I'm sure the mother is going to save her. Look at that. How beautiful. Look at that. One crossing, 2 to go. How cool is this?
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
I'm Nikki here at andBeyond in Ngala in South Africa. I love getting questions from viewers about all the small things within the environment and how it all is integrated with one another. If you want to ask me any questions, please simply register with the WildEarth website, head across to the Live Safari page and then post your questions there. I'm looking forward to chatting to you on my next WildEarth drive.
Good afternoon and welcome back to Bushwalk. We're just about to get back at the dam and just enjoy a little bit more of that sunset. So we're just going to allow for a silent segment and for you to listen to all the different sounds. while we enjoy the sunset, we're going to hand you back over to Tswalu as they've just discovered a giraffe or two.
So we are sitting here close to another waterhole with a beautiful big male giraffe who's coming down to have a little look at the salt and soil around him, and for sure enjoying the various minerals he's able to pick up from this particular terrain around the water. Michelle, not quite getting what your exact question is, where we are now. But if it comes up again, we'll have the opportunity to have a better chance to answer it. But for now, just enjoying what the giraffe is doing around this beautiful water. Watching the birds and the grass and the vegetation, the tree around.
Good afternoon and welcome back again to Bushwalk. We're still at Leopard Dam, just enjoying that last little bit of sunlight. We're just again going to provide you the opportunity to listen to all the different bird calls and sounds. Some of the calls that you might hear there at the back is a number of birds that are very noisy. They're called red-billed buffalo weavers.
So we are driving over this beautiful scenery, beautiful terrain over Tswalu, looking over the most spectacular scenery over the Tswalu Kalahari region.
Good evening and welcome back back to Bridlands. We're still out on bushwalk and then just enjoying that last little bit of sunlight and looking at how the light is reflecting onto the clouds. It's probably one of the most beautiful sunsets of this whole week. And then also in the background, there's a number of birds that are still calling, mostly red-billed buffalo weavers, which is a social species which is always chattering away while they're busy to work and play. I'm just going to allow you to enjoy the sounds of nature for a short moment and listen to what's going on around you. Good afternoon and welcome back to Bridlands. We're still at Leopard Dam. We just enjoyed that last little bit of sunlight. And we're just listening to a little of the night sounds. Hopefully that will start kicking in the next moment. There's not much else going on, but in the meanwhile we would like to encourage you just to enjoy the sounds of nature. Some hornbills chattering away at the back, and then also some red-billed buffalo weavers still interacting with one another. And meanwhile, we're going to hand you back to Tswalu. They're busy bumbling about. Let's go and see what they have.
So we are back in Tswalu, and back So Richard, I've been at Tswalu for about 4 going on 5 months now in this area. So still fairly new to this terrain, but certainly not due to the about 3 to 4 months in this area, in the Kalahari region. So I've been guiding for a long time down in the Lowveld region, the Kruger National Park area, towards what we would refer to the Lowveld. And then for the last 5 going on 6 months here to the Kalahari region. So previous to this, more towards the Lowveld, the away from the Kruger region, which would be more, away from the Kalahari region, which would be the Kruger region, towards the Kalahari towards the Kruger National Park, and more recently out here in the Kruger. Sorry?
The Wildlife and Environment Society of South Africa, WESA, encourages people to care for the earth. Through innovative projects, they aim to reverse the serious issues that we face in the world today. One of these projects is Green Coast, a proudly South African award for sensitive and well-managed coastal sites. This sustainability project protects our national coastlines while providing unemployed youth with a love for their environment and a hope for the future. WESA is a membership and volunteer-supported organisation. Every supporter is helping to change the only earth we have. Visit our website to see how you can help care for our earth.
Hi, I'm Nikki, your guide here at andBeyond in Ngala. So my favorite animal in the African bush definitely has to be the zebra, because like people, with our fingerprints, every single zebra has a different stripe pattern. And, of course, a group of zebras together is called the dazzle. How unique is that? Come and join me or one of my colleagues here in Ngala for a sunrise and sunset safari on WildEarth.
You are cheeky. That was a brave decision. Amber Eyes is... Oh. That is so magic. That was absolutely wonderful. Amber Eyes just gave that cub an enormous hug.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Ross and I'm a field guide at andBeyond Phinda Private Game Reserve. I love getting questions from guests on WildEarth because I love sharing and learning information about nature with new people, and it also makes me feel like you're all joining me in real life. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, then you need to register on our website. Once registered, go to our live safari page and submit your question below our live feed.
Welcome back with us, guys. I apologize, we had a few technical issues earlier, but now we're back driving. And yeah, so we're heading west towards Sandy Patch, then we'll turn towards where the Talamati was. And hopefully we'll be able to find them and that they didn't cross over the other property. Unfortunately, we had to head back to camp, and we were quite far out, so it took us a while to get back to camp. But now all is good, and let's go find some animals. Reports of leopard so far on Djuma, so I think I decided to maybe go check if the Talamatis are still there, and at the same time look in that area. The nocturnal animal will come out. Jason, you would like to know if I ever seen a brown hyena before. I did, but not here, not at Djuma. It was in the Pilanesberg, which is a reserve more in the Waterberg area. But yeah, I think I saw one or twice. Obviously, they're a little bit more difficult to spot because they are solitary compared to the spotted hyena or living plants. But yeah, it was a nice sighting. They look completely different than a spotted hyena, with longer hair. That's a beautiful animal. at sandy patch now. Okay, so we will continue and see what we can find and hopefully find the Talamati again. We'll send you to look.
I managed to fight off the aliens and have regained control, I think, of the jam cam. One hopes. I don't quite know what happened earlier, but you know technology. It's definitely not the easiest thing to manage. Is this our Mr. Grey Heron here, the local? You can see the picture's already getting quite grainy. We're losing a lot of light, and naturally, once the ambient light starts to go, your picture becomes a lot less clear. Oh dear, I'm not in focus. Oh dear, Morgan, are you judging my camera skills because I am doing a terrible job of keeping up with this work? No, I don't think I'm meant to be on camera, that's for sure. Behind the camera, sorry. There, it's not even moving fast, is it? There we go. But grey herons are primarily nocturnal, so this is clearly a sort of last-minute dinner for this one. Once it does... Oh, we're gonna hunt? Once it gets too dark, this individual will definitely hunker down for the night. Oh, lapwings approaching. Incoming. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, okay, everyone, that is not me. The aliens are invading me again. Okay, hold on. I'm so sorry, everyone. I am not doing this. Hold on. Okay. Does anyone else know how to fight aliens? Morgan's chuckling at me here. I don't know if you can hear him, but he is. Okay. Okay, hopefully I can regain full control here and actually give you a nice segment or two. But for now, over to Cedric.
Yeah, welcome back with me. So we took out the spotlight. We're still making our way towards where we saw the Talamatis the last time. It might take us a little while to get there. We're heading in the right direction. Sorry. Yeah, so this morning we follow them on the road which is just ahead of us. It was quite nice. And then when we left them, when I mean them, the Talamatis, they were lying on Triple M Road and looks like they were going to spend the day there. I don't think if anybody wants to check on them this afternoon. So we'll go check now and see. So let's continue and see what happened.
Good evening and welcome back. We just stopped to sit and listen to some of the sounds, and we would like to encourage you just to enjoy the silent moment and to watch for clouds in the night sky as the night is drawing in.
We didn't see much yet, but we're still making our way. We are hoping also maybe to find some nice nocturnal animal tonight, such as maybe some jaynet. That would be cool. Fortunately, I need to stop for a little moment. There's a little dike underneath the tree there, but it's a bit far and dark to see. Yeah, unfortunately, we can't move too much now. Yeah, so today on our side, we kind of continually losing signal. But we did find that leopard next to the river, and then she went in the river, which was a bit tricky. We got help from another vehicle, but unfortunately no luck. I think she moved off. And then we did do a little bumble, but we didn't see much after that. Yeah, I apologize again for the technical difficulties. As you know, we're coming live from the African bush. Gina, you would like to know if I have a favorite sighting that I can share with you? Yeah, I think I have a few favorite sightings. Let me think a little bit now. One of my favorite was one of a difficult one I saw. It went to lionesses and young giraffe, because we tracked these lionesses from far, followed them. It was quite a long hunt, and at the end they killed this young giraffe. Unfortunately, it was sad to see, but it was something that I will always remember, because it was so exciting, but at the same time quite sad. Then I would say it is. There's so many. Always nice to spend time with leopards. I did also get a nice wild duck kill behind my house where I live actually. That was quite a nice sighting. But again, it is very exciting, but the same result. Always a bit emotional seeing the animal being killed. I do like also sightings of elephant drinking in the river or at a dam. Sometimes if you get there at the right time with the colors, it is quite nice to see. Yeah, I will continue thinking about one of my amazing sightings just out of my head, and then when it comes to me I will let you know. But you know, when you spend time in the bush, every sighting is quite amazing. Obviously, you have some of them which is much better than others. But yeah, in the bush it's an incredible place. Always nice to drive around, see animals, and spend time with them. I did also see leopards mating. That was quite amazing. It is quite loud, especially when it's close to the car, and it is quite aggressive as well, so that was nice. That was actually in the Sabi sands as well. Yeah, I never saw elephant mating. This is apparently quite amazing to see because the whole herd generally gather around the bull and the female, and it is quite spectacular to see. Yeah, I'm just waiting for a signal when I can move, and we will continue. Okay, so let's continue. It is always nice to see kills. But it is a bit emotional sometimes. But it gives you lots of excitement. Actually, one of the nice sightings I saw was a cheetah kill. That was quite amazing. We were waiting next to that cheetah for a while, and suddenly she started running towards this herd of impala, and it is so fast. I know we see that often on TV, how fast it is, but in real life it is really, really amazing. Sorry. Yeah, so sorry, I'm just looking around here. Yeah, not much, unfortunately, here. But we're almost to Triple M now, where the lions was. And hopefully we can find them.
Hello everyone, my name is Elmarie and I'm very excited about this drive. My husband Kleinhan bought me this Ticket to Dream for my birthday as a present because he knows I watch WildEarth all the time. I couldn't be more happy. I've never had such a great present in my life before.
If you want to go on safari with a WildEarth guide whilst honing your bush knowledge and of course featuring in one of our shows, then head over to our website.
Okay, my favorite part about WildEarth is the characters, and then of course I love the bush and I love Africa, and just the fact that I can follow every day, that's one of my favorite things.
Sign up to be a WildEarth explorer and you could be making your first ever on-screen appearance.
Being on a live drive on WildEarth is really great because you can actually now smell the bush, see the animals in real life. You have to really make a plan and just do it.
There's a grounding earthiness to this place that we feel in our ancestors. It's a place where, believe it or not, we evolved as a human species, and anyone who's come to Africa will understand that. The connectivity that the continent has to the person and to people's souls is next level. I'm thoroughly looking forward to taking you on your next adventure when we explore all the small and big things.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Oh, it's going to be in trouble now. Oh, this is unbelievable stuff. Here comes a hippo in too. Go, Impala. There's a hippo coming in. I can't believe what we're seeing here. This is what we normally see in East Africa. It's all over. Hippo leaping at the crocodile now. Everything's gone underwater.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
My name is Steve, and one of my favorite things at WildEarth is getting questions from you. The type of questions that I really like are those ones that really help us to unpack and understand and really integrate the ecological knowledge and fully appreciate the importance that animals such as these Cape buffalo bring to the ecosystem. If you want to ask a question on WildEarth, you're going to have to register on the website. But once registered, just head on over to the live safari page and enter your question under the live feed.
Yeah, so we're making our way. I apologize, there's a car coming in our direction. I'm just going to go on the side quickly. Yeah, so we are on Triple M. Can get a bit busy here. I'm just going to let that vehicle pass. And then we'll see forward if there's anything. Good, very good. Sorry, I'm currently live. I'm not sure. Yeah, they were here this morning, but this is what we're looking now. Yeah, sorry, man. Thank you. Yeah, I apologize about that. I was talking to another guide. Apparently, he's also looking for the lions. They might have moved. Not necessary for me to go in that direction because now, so you would like to know when the lions walk, do the cubs join in? Yeah, it depends how old are the cubs. So let me go to turn forward. It depends how old are the cubs. When the cubs are born, they are hidden, generally, up to 6 weeks, because they don't want to spend too much time the mother doesn't want the cubs to spend too much time with the other lions, because they might be a bit bullied. But when they get older, yes, when the lions are on the move, the cubs might join the pride, obviously. Yeah, so it all depends how old are the cubs. Apologize, apparently we have a little connection problem. Okay, so I think the lions might have crossed on the other side. So we will continue here and try to focus on something else, but we never know. I did look on the road, there was no tracks, but let's try to focus on something else. So yeah, they were on this road earlier where we are now, but they must have moved south. Checking still, just in case we're still close to the road. And you can also check with me. See any trucks on the road, so they must have crossed over, unfortunately. It looked like that they wanted to cross over earlier today. I'm going to go in the block there, and then we will drive maybe towards Zoe's Road or Quarantine. I don't really want to stay on the main road there. There's too many cars, unfortunately. Okay, so we will continue and we will send you to the dam camp.
To be honest, it was next to impossible to find animals on the dam cam at night time, but at least we're not spinning. That was wild, wasn't it? Did any of you feel a little dizzy? I did. But hopefully that doesn't happen this time. I think there's someone playing tricks on me this evening, but all good. But I thought, I'm really not going to be able to find animals unless miraculously the Talamatis show up. So I thought we could possibly discuss something I have learned about in Manitoba. And it was taught to us by a wonderful human called Mike. And I thought this is the perfect time to share all this with you. It's something called the anthropic. Sorry about that, everyone. The gremlins really are out in full force. But to continue what I was saying, sometimes we can feel really small and insignificant in this world. I'm sure everyone can relate that we sometimes feel, man, I feel so small and I'm not making a difference. And this universe is huge, and look at the deep ocean and the twinkling stars, and I am just this mere human. And maybe you haven't felt like that, but I'm pretty sure everyone has at some point. I know I have. And we are in fact not these insignificant blips in time and chemistry, if you will, but we are in fact hugely important in the grand scheme of things, according to the anthropic principle, because we understand and we mostly appreciate the universe. I know, it sounds quite baffling, doesn't it? We appreciate the universe, we appreciate stars, we appreciate galaxies, everything around us. We have this great respect for, or at least we should, and we understand the sky and the realm above us. So because we can really understand the universe and we think about it in terms of its raw elements, its dynamics, its mechanics, that is said to be a rare privilege for a species. So humans as a species are really important in the grand scheme of things. We're not insignificant, we're not small. Okay, well, I'm only 5'2", but we're not small as a species because we are significant. Why are we significant? Because we are appreciating the universe. And the universe must be, as to admit this sort of creation, because we're observers. I don't know if this is making any sense to you, but because we are observers and we're here observing, we are appreciating the universe, which means we're not as small and insignificant as we first thought. We exist within this universe. And existing, I guess, is proof enough that the universe allows for creatures just like us to come into existence with it. I hope you're following me. This is what we discussed at Marataba, the Safari Guide of the Year competition, and it blew my mind because you really have to stop and think about it. What is this principle trying to say? And you might not agree with it, and that's okay. But before agreeing or disagreeing, you should always try to understand it. And it makes you think, okay, hold on a minute. What is this principle trying to say? And it's trying to say that we are here for a reason. It doesn't mean we're better or bigger or greater than any other species, but when you're thinking of the human beings, we are here for a reason, and our reason within this universe is not small and is most definitely not insignificant. Are you following? I hope everyone's following. If you do have any comments on that, please send them in. I'd love to hear it. We are here to observe, and we actively engage in observing. And the reason I'm mentioning that is because that's what we do every day on WildEarth. There's been a few hiccups today, but we observe. We observe the natural world. We shouldn't analyze too much. You shouldn't assume. You should definitely not assume, and you shouldn't try to project, but we observe. Megan, you're saying it all makes perfect sense. I know. I have to say, it took me a while to get my head around it, but it does make perfect sense. We're not insignificant because we are literally observing the universe. We're appreciating it, we're respecting it, which means that we're not insignificant after all. And the sort of principle overall implies that the universe is actually wired in such a way to admit our existence. We have existence because of the universe. The universe has existence because of us. And that is the essence of the anthropic principle. Ta-da! It took a lot of research for me to get to that firm understanding. Did you enjoy that, Morgan?
Loved it.
Loved it? Did you understand it?
Not at all.
He looks a little bit baffled, I must say. That hearty chuckle in the background is Morgan supporting me in my camera work on the damn cam. But yeah, it's just something you should think about. You should Google it. It just makes us feel a little bit more significant than I'm sure some of us do feel at times. When we do see the deep, dark ocean, and we know that there's so many species that have not even been discovered yet. We look up and we see the stars and we think, oh my goodness, I'm so small right now. Well, if you do feel that way, think of the anthropic principle. We're not insignificant, guys. It's a perfect topic to round up a rather challenging drive. Okay, I'm going to leave that little seed planted in all of your brain for now, and we're going to send you guys back across to Cedric.
few cars. I'm not sure if I can enjoy the sighting yet. I didn't get any feedback, but I will wait here and see what's happening in front. I apologize for that, a bit of a miscommunication here now. Just going to go a bit forward. Looks like there's only one vehicle, so yeah. So we found some lions. Well, not we, but the car on our right-hand side. They should cross in front of us right now. You can see on the road in front of us as well. Right, Harvey? There we go. That's quite nice. Yeah, I'm not sure. It's probably the Talamati, I'm not sure. I didn't get any feedback on which lion it was. But it's nice to find lions. It was quite a afternoon with lots of some surprises, and now we found them. Looks like we're moving in that block on our left hand side. There's still one coming at the back. Yeah, thank you. I am also very happy that we found lions. It was not an easy afternoon, and that's quite nice. I'm not sure where we're going now, though. We're going into that block on our left. I'm just going to let that car decide what he wants to do, because I actually just came into his sighting, so I don't want to disturb that vehicle. But there's another lion coming, and I think that looks like the young male that we saw this morning with a Talamati. So it is probably the Talamati. So the good news is that they didn't cross on the other side, on the other property. I'm just going to reposition quickly. We're moving quite fast into that block. Put my lights on and try to see if we can follow them. So it's a little bit tricky to go off-road at night, so I just want to make sure that I don't hit any big branches like this one. It looks like we're moving quite fast into the block. They are side. Maybe I will go on that side. I think they're still mobile, so I'm going to go on that side. Fortunately, there's like kind of a drainage line in front of us. There they are on the right hand side. I don't know if the RV can, it will be difficult. We're just moving that side. Let me go a bit forward. There we cross on the other side of the drainage line. So we will try to relocate them, hopefully.
We're still just watching the dam by night. You can't see much, but you can see all the insects buzzing around. We're not totally insect-free in the winter. We're just going to sit here for a moment and watch the little snowflakes dance about the air. Isn't it lovely? It's dark, but you can see that there's still life moving around as nighttime begins.
Hello, welcome back. We're trying to make our way out of the block. Here we go. So we'll drive and try to see if we can maybe find them again on Philemon's cut line. That was nice to see them again, even if it was a quick one. But hopefully with the time that we have left, we can try to relocate them and get a better sighting. like to know if a lion eyesight is better at night. They see very well during the day, obviously. I think they see better during the day. But at night, they have a big advantage. They see very well at night as well. And that is because they hunt mainly at night when it's cooler. So I would think they see better during the day, but they can see very well at night as well, compared to the prey species who can't really see very well at night. It is quite difficult to follow lions when they're on the move like that at night, because obviously off-roading at night is a little bit more tricky. I apologize if I'm going a little bit fast. It's because I want to try to get on the other side. But I'm not going that fast. Maybe on the camera, on the TV, it looks a bit faster. What I'm hoping now is that we're maybe going to turn onto the filament cut line and maybe walk on that stretch of road. That would be great. Obviously, when you drive at night, you always have to look out for smaller animals as well on the road. I'm just taking a little bit quiet. I apologize for that. I'm just trying to make my way there. I'm still looking, no sign of them yet. I know the other car was in front of us, so... Oh no, that's not a lion. It's quite difficult now to try to calculate where they will cross. This is where we saw Darkmane a couple of nights ago. There was some eyes shining, but it was unfortunately impalas. I don't know if we went a bit too far now. No, very crossing in front. Sorry, it's going to be a little bit bouncy. I will slow down a bit. I don't want to arrive very fast at the sighting, obviously. I hope there's more coming at the back. Okay, so we made it. We're still on the move. Look like we're going to cut into that block also. Sorry about the driving. Just wanted to make sure that we can see them again. Maggie, indeed, these lions have been good to us today. We did spend a lot of them we did spend a lot of time with them this morning. I really thought they crossed onto the other property, but that's a very good news that they're still here. I'm not sure if there's more coming at the back. Looked like what might have been the last one. I was going to double check though. I prefer giving the priority. Unfortunately, at this vehicle it was his sighting, but they're walking on the road now, so we might have a good view before the end of the show. Yeah, we might be stuck a bit behind now, but maybe they will let us go through what we can have. Okay, so we'll try to see if we get a better view of them, and hopefully it will be nice.
As the sun goes down in Africa, for many, the day has just begun. WildEarth is ready for the next brand new concept, and this time it's at night. A specialized thermal drone will take to the air under the cover of darkness. As it flies above the bush, it will be searching for hotspots on the ground.
We might have a leopard on the far right of this group of hyena.
The ground team will then be called to identify the animal.
It is a warthog. That's exactly what it is. So there we go. It was a warthog that was running away from... Sorry, Warty.
And of course, it is at this time when the big cats are on the hunt.
Yeah, James just head a little bit more left.
Okay, Gabi, I'm going to go north around on Impala Road.
Okay, the lions are on the move, guys. Lions are chasing the wildebeest.
WildEarth is looking for a sponsor who can help turn this show to a long-running series. If you are interested, then head over to our website to find out more. wildearth.tv/sponsors.
Hello everyone, my name is Trishala and I am a naturalist and safari guide here in Djuma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sands in South Africa. I think that the information that we provide, and most importantly the questions that you ask, give both you and I a really good idea of what's going on. My friend Fernando here, he's a flat-necked chameleon and I love them. They're just these gems that you manage to find in the bush.
Catch up with the guides daily here on WildEarth.
Goodness, look at its wobbly legs. Oh, I don't believe it. I can't believe we've actually seen it. Oh my goodness. Oh, careful, careful, careful. Oh no. Oh, it's okay, little one. Okay.
Expect the unexpected here on WildEarth daily.
Hi everyone. My name's Daniel Fisher and I'm going to be your guide this afternoon. I'm looking really forward to taking you through and showing you all the beautiful places here at andBeyond in Ngala. If you have any questions, please register on our website. Once registered, go to the live page feed and post your questions underneath the live feed. Join me on my next safari through andBeyond in Ngala on WildEarth. Send me live questions through the WildEarth website and I'll answer them live from the African bush.
We're still walking along that road. Unfortunately, it's a very thick bush around us, so we're kind of stuck behind that car. I'm just going to try still. Maybe the road is opening a bit in front and we can go on the side. There's more coming on the left-hand side. It is quite difficult and thick. Hi guys. How are you? Are you sure? Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Oh, very kind of them to let us go through. Yeah, so it looked like there's a bit the shadow of the car now, unfortunately. There's some more coming from the left. Yeah, but it's quite nice to undershore with them again. It looked like we're on the move. I think they're moving around. You would like to know if this pride is on patrol or hunting. I would say more hunting. Looked like they're walking and just checking around. Looked like this morning they wanted to hunt again. Even if there was a lot of blood on them. So that means they had a kill earlier during the day or last night. Where on Djuma we are right now? It is a very good question. Now we just crossed Philemon's cut line, and as far as understood they were moving southeast, but I'm not 100% sure because at night it's still difficult for me to find my bearing. I'm sure the RV on camera will know where we are. But yeah, we were close to Philemon cut line, which is not too far from quarantine. I can see dark main in front. Looks like we slowed down. Yeah, obviously, when we are done, I will, of course, give my spot back to the nice people who let us go through. Maybe what happened now is that sometime when the young one also stop following the oldest, might be because there's a sign of a lionesses starting to hunt, but I'm not sure because I just saw that young male just stopping here and looking around. Eric, yes, very cool following them at night. Thank you very much. It is a little bit more tricky, but it is cool. I think I'm going to stop right here. See what we do. Oh, we are at the dam. I didn't notice that there was a dam. There's some of them drinking just down there. Unfortunately, I can't go around now, but I think we are at Treehouse Dam. It would be nice if I can go around, but you can see they're currently drinking. Unfortunately, the road I can take to go on the other side to see them is blocked with lions. Oh, one of them threw a branch in the water. There's Darkmane. What a day. We had such fun with the lions this morning, and now we're having this lucky sighting at the end of the day. Looks like this one wants to play with his branch. I must say I was a bit confused where I was on the property. Now I know exactly where we are. But I hope you enjoy that lion sighting also at night. It was a bit rushed, I apologize for that. But at least we managed to see them. Hopefully they will still be on the property tomorrow. Well, I think it's a good way to end the day. We apologize again for the technical issues. So I hope you will join us tomorrow as well for a very nice day. So with this lion sighting, I would like to say goodbye and see you tomorrow.